Hi everyone. See, yesterday you asked for the interactive session, right? So what we can do is from today, whoever wants to speak, you can raise your hands. I can unmute. Is that fine? Okay. So it is only 23. Or we'll wait for 2 more minutes. Just we'll wait for 2 more minutes and we'll start. Okay, we'll start now. So yesterday we have seen the basic understanding of why there are or how many number of tools are there on the CICD pipelines. What is a CICD? All these things we have gone with that. So, all the basics of Jenkins. Today we'll go with the complete Jenkins basics, setting up your machines, configuring Git with SSH keys, uh, explaining the Jenkins architecture, and but to start with, we'll be using JDK, which is a Java development kit, and the Maven. So these are the major objectives we'll be having for today. So what is Git? See, if we go with, first initially we have to know what is a version control system. So, or we can also talk about revision controls or a source control. Majorly, what it is the whatever the changes each of the developers are doing to the files, programs, any logs, any other information which is related to the completely on the source code and all the source code operations, we have a version control system. So initially it was started with SCCS, which is a very old in 1972. Then after that it is the RCS it moved to, and then CVS, and then with the SVL. And still there are BitKeeper and Monotone, Mercurial, and Git finally. So why do we need, first what is the version control system? See, whatever the categories we have on the software tools in understanding the recording all the changes made to the files and keeping the track of all the modifications which has been done to the source code. Okay, why version control system is very important? See, whenever we are developing a product or a project, whatever you want to take it in, so we are doing it in a collaboration of a group of developers where they might be in the same location or they may be in the different location. Each one of the developers will start contributing some of the specific tasks or a functionalities or some features, right? So for in whatever they are contributing to the product, what are the changes they have been doing to that product. So maybe by adding or removing also. So these type of softwares are very useful for understanding who has done what, why it has been removed or why it has been added. All these things to track complete end-to-end starting from the initial step of the project to the end closure of the project. So is everyone is not able to hear my voice? Okay, let me do one second. Okay, so so for tracking all the changes, let it be whether they are in the next to next to you or somewhere in the world, whatever the changes they have been doing, it has to be tracking what the features has been changed and what has been added and what has been removed. Suppose you have added a new feature, a new file, that also should be given in the tracking, not only the code. Okay. So for this, and before there are different types, we'll go with that. Whatever we are tracking all the systems. So end of the day, we should have a one particular system to build the complete product, right? Hope everyone understood. So now, can I do directly on the main product line all your changes without testing? No, we cannot do that. So what you do is we create a separate branch for us. We write our code, we do changes, we test it. Then once everything is fine, only it will move to the master branch. And finally, moved in the sense you can talk about the merging of the your branch to the main branch. As of now, you think only main branch will come one by one. So there are a number of benefits we have on the SVS or version control systems. So it gives you the project development speed by effective collaborations. It leverages all the productivity, product delivery, and skills of the employees also through a better communication and assistance. And it also, the major point we have to look is it will start reducing the possibility of errors and the conflicts in different files or different functions where the project development can be completely traceable end to end for even a small change. You change the name of the heading, let it be. That change also it has to track. So, and one more point we have to is irrespective of the geographic location, we can use and we can contribute to the project. Okay. So, and so there are still there are many other things which is other than whatever you've seen here. So, what is the major 2 points we have to understand in the version control system? One is a repository and a copy of work. What is that repository? The repository is you can talk about some database of all the changes. It contains all the edits, historical versions, snapshots of the project, and your copy of the work. You can, instead of talking about the copy of your work, you can tell uh, personal copy of the all the files in a project, which you can edit the copy without affecting the work of others also. And finally, after you completed your changes, if everything is started working, and commit to the repository. All these things are uh, major uses in the version control systems. So what are the different types of version control systems we have? So one is a local version control systems, one is a centralized version control systems, and one is a distributed version control systems. So what you mean by local version control system? It is a very basic of version control system where the database has been kept all the changes to all the files which you have been changing under the version control. Okay, RCS is one of the, so there is a RCS, right? This which is started in 1982 is one of the most common VCS tool. So the only changes here is it keeps the path set, whatever we call that is a path set, which is difference between the two files in a special format on the disk. So did anyone use a bin merge or something diff tool? Okay. So bin merge is one of the tool general I use, but there are a number of tools which you compare two projects very easily. You can start using that. You don't lot of work you can complete with most of the diff tools. Okay, and there is a centralized version control system, the second level, which uh, this centralized version control system contains only one repository. Okay, and each user will get their own working copy. Whenever we started to commit for reflecting your changes in the repository, we need to see some of the changes. One is our commit and the others what they have been updated. Support the other developers. So in the centralized repository, what happened is there are 5 developers. I want to give you some more detailed information on this. I have 5 developers. The repository sitting in your on-premises previously, and 5 developers will have their own working copy in their laptop or a desktop. So let's take workstation 1, workstation 2 like that. So whatever you start updating here, it will be updated to the main repository. Okay. So there is a small benefits also in centralized version control system. The collaboration among the developers will give you an insight what the other developers has been started doing. Suppose I have a developer 3. This I want to see what the changes has been done. Okay, so all these things are very easy to see, but the only one biggest drawback with the centralized version control system is if unexpectedly had the server or the main repository disk has been corrupted by any chance. So is my voice is coming up and down? Okay. So Naveed, okay. Wherever. Hmm. Yeah, if the hard disk is corrupted on the centralized database system, if it is corrupted and without having a proper backups and you lost complete data, this is the drawback now. That's the reason it came up with a new different type of architecture called distributed version control system. So this distributed control system can maintain multiple number of repositories. Each user has their own repository copy and a working copy. Now, two repositories now. The main repository and the working copy. Just committing our changes will not give access to the others. Okay. The reason for this is this architecture. Whenever we start committing, that will be represented in our local repository from the working copy to the local repository. And after that, we have to start pushing them to make visible to the others in the centralized repository. So here three levels. One, your working copy to your local repository. Once we start committing, it goes to the local repository. And if you start pushing, then only it goes to the centralized repository. The same way, when we want to update, you don't need to get the other changes as well. So now here are four things which are required. One is our commit, our push, they pull, and they update. Four things. Previously it is only two things. You commit and they update. But here you are committing to your local repository, then you push to the centralized server, they pull the new changes happened in the centralized repository to their local repository, and then they update their commits. Okay, this is the major difference between centralized and the distributed part. Okay. So the same thing again. So the version control systems can be used for accomplishing different tasks now. Files are checked with a different version control and by the registered users. Okay, and it should support branching, where head of the repository is splitted in for the parallel development. All the source control systems are organized into repositories. The latest versions of the files are referred, and all the previous versions of the files can be extracted easily. That means if you want to go to the previous builds or before 1 month code, you can directly access that code very easily. You can go with that. You don't need the new users updates for the last 1 month. You can go to that build and you can get that update. you can use that build. So these reasons, let me tell you one more point. I don't think most of the you people know. See, in generally, whenever in the bigger companies, there will be a build numbers. These build, I'm not talking about a small project. It's a huge project. By default, every day there is a build number. It builds based on the build. That build number will have a minor version and a major version, or major version and a minor number. Suppose I can give you a small example. If you are installing your drivers on your systems, you can identify that 8.0.123 some numbers, right? That is called the build number. At that time, the build is stable. No one can change the build number. Suppose this, I was doing everyday build. Let it be with CICD or the previous versions, forgot about that. Today I got the build which is failed. Or if you, I will show you in another cases also. That build is failed, that number we lost it. We have to increment that number every day, or based on the number of builds we are doing. So that build at that time, suppose 8.0.12345 okay. If this is the build number you are installing, this is the 100% stable build. Still, there are some issues on the real time that we will talk later. Okay, these are very important to understand the build mechanism and the Git. So, how do we use the repository? The files and folders which has to be changed. It may be constant adding of the code, or for every increment in the future. Suppose when you see in the companies, you cannot, suppose I have 5 developers. All 5 developers cannot start okay, let me tell you that. So you can log in into the LMS portal. So if you go down in the self-learning portal, there you have a lab guides and the ebooks. You can download from there. But the very precise content, I need to check on that, Gabriel. So I think this only will be there in the group. And are you facing any issues in the self-learning portal? Yeah, I think this slides will be present for you as well. I know that. See, if you have any questions regarding the downloads or any small things, So Ramya, are you able to see the self-learning in your? Okay. So it is a constant addition of the code for every increment in the future, or you can call that if it is a CICD is. Okay, we'll do one thing. First, just start, raise your hand. We'll close at that time instead of you people all typing and all. So who wants to talk? Just raise your hand so that I can. Okay. So the better tools for replicating the data which does it. Better tools, better tools we need to use for replicating the data which doesn't change. Okay, and how do we use appropriate use of the repository? All these things are very important for repository usage. I'll do one thing. Just we'll wait for 5 minutes. That will solve all the doubts. Otherwise, it will be a lot of breaks, and finally everyone won't be in the same track. So Vijay Lakshmi, are you able to hear my voice or how? So is it for the everyone or how it is? Who is not having there are breaks in my voice or something? First, you try to check it out. Okay, we'll start after 2-3 minutes. So can we start now? Okay. So there are number of popular version controls uh, we have seen for past around 20 years. Uh, SVN, I started my career on the SVN, then CVS version, and Perforce is one of the very important we have, and Mercurial, uh, Bazaar, I never heard of that. And after that, from 2011, we started working on the Git, majorly on the Git. But SCVS and SVN is almost the same. This is the first version, Mercurial, and then the CVS and the SVN. So it is everything. SVN is based on the CVS, and the CVS is based on the Mercurial. Okay, and after that, Git started coming into the picture, and most of the people have started working on the Git for now, and there is no other options. You may have a number of clients, Git clients, but Git is the basic for everything. Okay, what is the role of version control system in DevOps? One is for regulating monitoring of the documents, peer reviews, for inspecting all the changes happen in the source code, and we have to organize the product related artifacts and provide and tested guarantee results. And majorly one more thing, this is one of the major things. It will have Git will have a very high impact on the DevOps. See, Dev and Ops are two different words, and it combines for one thing. What are the developer operations are going to happen on the source code and regular things, writing the artifacts, writing the documentation, all these things are directly or interrelated to the DevOps. Okay, types of, so this I already told you, local file system, distributed, and these things. Let me start with the Git terminologies. What are the Git terminologies? Why do we need, what is the purpose of Git now? So, the Git is started by Linus Torvalds, who has created the Linux kernel. He has developed for his own project, not for others. Then when he started writing these things for collaboration of all his files, writing on the Linux kernel, so he started releasing on the GNU General Public License, which is on the version 2. Okay, so based on this, everyone started using Git. Okay, so now there are some basic terminologies we have to understand. So general workflow is, where is the pair repository, tag, and a tree, push and pull, different branches, what is a checkout, commit and commit object, head, hook, and index, merge and master, status, add, and rebase. So these are a generic usage we have on the Git terminology. But before going to this, I think I'll start here with all these things. But here, let me talk about some of the important things we have. So when we have a life cycle of Git, first it will clone the Git repository as a working copy. Then developers will start modifying the working copy by adding, deleting, or anything they are doing on the code. That will be on the files on the source code. And if necessary, they will also start updating the working copy, and it once the review of changes has been uh, done before the commit and commit start changing, then if everything is good, when you talk about the commit, it is to the local repository, and then you start pushing to the centralized repository. Okay, so I will add these things here. First, how this workflow will start. I have a remote and your workspace. You are pulling that complete workspace. Don't go with this. First, let us understand this part. This workspace is your laptop or your desktop or folder. Okay, you are start pulling it now to your workspace, and there is a fetch. Forgot about the fetch for 2 seconds. First, on the repository side, I will start cloning the repository. Once the cloning of the repository is done, it is our working copy. We add, so from here to here, it's our laptop or your desktop or your, okay. So once cloning is done, there is a repository has been created and your workspace has been created. It may be this, I'll talk about that. Once I started adding, deleting, and moving or any of the files or code or anything, then there is a update option. Will start here. It is started updating, right? That update will be done. And here you will get the status of the Git and diff operations. You can do it here. And whatever the changes we have done here will be reviewing all the changes, and then we are committing and then pushing to the remote repository. Okay, till here everyone understood? I know that I missed some points, but first understand the steps. What is it? Okay, then what is fetch, what is checkout, what is add? So if anyone is very new to the Git, don't go with everything on one single shot. Just there are only 4 points now. I have a remote repository, cloned, and by default I'm checking it out to other location on our desktop. Suppose this repository is on the C drive, and this workspace you started opening it in the let's have a D drive. For understanding purpose, I'm getting it. Okay? You added, you changed it, you modified all the things. Then you will get the status and diff operations here. And after reviewing all the changes, you are committing and then pushing to the remote server. So 4 operations we are looking now. Clone, update, push. If any amendments again you want to add it, then again push. Okay, if you are doing some mistakes or any code updates, all these things, again you do push operations. Till here, is it okay? Can I start adding some more points? Okay. Okay. Now let me add one more point here. What is this index? Git index is one more level. The place where you one second. Git index is the place where your files you want to commit to the Git repository. In simple words, index is also known as cache. It may be directory cache. Here in index, there are 5 points. One cache, or you can talk about directory cache, or current directory cache, staging area, and staged files. Okay. Before we commit, there is another word for commit also, check-in. Committing the files to the Git repository, we need to do Git index. Okay. So that is the reason for we have an index here. So here, I think I've seen somewhere. There is a head. What is this head? See, head is, in a spirit, how can you tell? Simple. One second. How to tell? So what is? I'll try to tell one way. You let me know whether you can able to understand it or not. Head is a pointer to a branch or commit that we checked out in the last. This will be the parent of a new commit. Understood? Or you want me to tell in any other different way? Okay. Okay, I'll tell you in a very simple language. I'll show you. But see, first I have a repository where I was cloning it, and I was doing for some time check commit and then pushing and all the things. I'm pulling that something. Okay, this is a standard practice. But yesterday I have done a check-in or commit and I push to the remote. Today I started fresh working. Whatever I push to the Yesterday's, we'll call that as the head, not today's. See, what is the branch we are committing that we have last checked out? Hmm, just one second. I think here there is a remote repository, right? This, no, let me tell you one more time. Here there is a remote repository. First, initially I cloned it. Okay, this may be my repository and workspace also, but I'm dividing all the places. This is your local repository and you are using D drive as your workspace, right? Moving from repository to workspace. Today we have cloned, right? I have committed again to local repository. Forgot about the remote repository for 2 minutes. I committed yesterday night. Whatever we committed last, that when we start checking out will be the last yesterday's checkout, right? Sorry, last yesterday's committed, right? That we call that as a head. In general, if we are on the master branch is whatever we are cloning to the local repository, it will be on the master branch by default, unless you create a branch and you are using it for separate branch for yourself. The head will be always pointing to the master. When you commit, the new commit will be the new the new commit which you are doing will be done on the head. Whatever we have done yesterday is the head, and whatever we are doing the new commit today will be moving to the head, not with the base master. Got it? Or still you want remodification in this? Yeah, I'll do that. But first you have to understand, right? And the second point is this index, where all the staging area, we call that as a staging area. This staging area is where the new commit is prepared. Okay? So, completing the workflow, every time I have to, once, for the first time, you have to do git init, and whenever you want to see the status, this git status is in the index. It gives you the identification, how many files are in the staging, how many are committed, and all these things. And git, and from here to here, we use the git commit -a. -a is nothing but all. Okay, and git add is there. What is git add? Git add is whenever you are using for adding a file contents to this index, from your local workspace, which it is sent to staging area. Staging area is which is in the cache, not in the your local server or local repository or the remote. These come Git add the files. How many files you want, you can add it. These files, every time it moves to the staging content and then to the next commit. First, Git add files, and whatever the files added to the Git staging area, and it starts committing all the files to the local repository and then push to the remote. Okay. So anyway, I'll show you. Let's start with installing now, step by step. So how many people has a GitHub account? Okay. So most of the people started, right? If anyone doesn't have, you can start creating. Let me show you why I get it. Okay. So you can. So everyone is open this LMS portal from the Simply Run. You go to practice labs and then launch lab. So you all can open this now. Wait for 1-2 minutes to load everything. Okay. Okay. Is everyone is ready? Okay. So you can start installing. I think it's Linux, right? Terminal. Just one second. Sudo apt. So there are two types of installations we have. Suppose if it is a Windows OS you are using, you can use git-scm.com and download the Git from there. Which if you let's go. You try for one more time, Naveed. Okay. So for Windows, it's a straightforward. You can directly open. Let me show you also better. If it is the first time of users, uh, so git scm downloads. So you can see the latest source release you want. You can download and just normal installation. Finally, you will be able to see like 1 second. Where is this? This is how it looks like. It is straightforward in the Windows, but in Linux, you have to understand two things now. So this is the okay. So now you want to are you see if you are installed, that's fine, but I'm telling to all the others also, get install Git. But how come it is SPT? It should be apt. So it's um, I think it's already installed. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not worried about that mentioning part. The only thing is there are two levels here. Let us I think I cannot modify here. Like I too cannot modify here. So there is a Linux different flavors, right? One is Ubuntu, Debian, Kali Linux, all these things. These and Fedora is also there, and Red Hat Linux is also there. So based on what type of distribution it is, we have to go with APT model or YUM model. Okay. So for Fedora and Red Hat SUSE Linux, it should be sudo yum install git core. Okay. So what is sudo now? So everyone can start what do you call it? Installing that. Sudo is nothing but a Linux command you which allows the permitted user will execute a command on the super user. Super super user is nothing but our admin in Windows. Okay. Here in Linux, whenever you want to run as a installation or whenever you want to uh, run some of the commands which is only admin part, then you have to use sudo. Okay. So so once you start installing, uh, ca is everyone is ready with your GitHub account? Okay. So let me try to create a new account if anyone is not there. So how many of you know how to create SSH keys for the local Git repository? So everyone knows, right? Okay. Okay. So now let me open my Git. Which account I should open? So let me try to create. Srikant, wait. All others know. I too know this. Uh, so I was bad in these things. What code? Enter code. 1 second. Five, 7, 8, 6, 1, 3, 9. Okay. Okay. So we have been created, sign up, and all the free plans, everything is done now. So or verifying the email and all these things. Okay. So now my email ID is ready. Where is it? Can I 1 second, please? Better one, which one? Okay. So it is done. I'm ready with my Visual Studio Code. How many people you have experience using Visual Studio Code? Okay. I just give a minimal 2-3 minutes on the Visual Studio Code as well. See, we have a number of tools or IDEs in the market. So one of the best things I use, and all my team will only use this. We don't use more than this. The reason is This idea is very simple. It's a very lightweighted. It won't take more than 20 MB of the file. Okay. So just to give you a clear picture of 1 minute. So if you want to add a file, you can use here. You want to add it, you can collapse. You can add it. You can add it here. New file or anything on this. So this is for searching. This is for source control. Whatever the repositories we can use it here, and this is for the debugging. And okay, extensions have been deleted. That's okay. So this is a basic tool. But in general, whenever you go with your personal laptops or in general, what you can do is there is one more field called extensions. Suppose you want to develop a code in the Java, React, Node.js, whatever the language you tell, whatever the clouds you have, all these things, it will be very easy for you to just install an extension and start running your code. Okay, if you want, I can show you from my thing. So these are the extensions. You can find what program is that. What is it? What program is that in the sense? See, whenever you write, make it clear statement. Anyone, because sometimes I have to stop here for understanding that. This is a IDE. It is not a program. So I think she is not typing. That's fine. Okay, here you can type all the extensions. Java. I think some Java is there. You can install this. Suppose you want to React, just use this React native, or whoever is from the React native or Node.js, they can do it. It's very easy, and it won't take much time on this. There are some MongoDB, all these things are there. Yeah, almost every extensions we have it on the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so wait, let me try here. So this is a terminal which I get from here. Okay, I think I don't have other options also. Get install. So whatever you have seen here, which it is also the same, right? So reading all the package lists, building the dependency tree, reading the state information, Git is already the newest version on this. So there is no upgrade or zero newly installed, zero to remove, and zero to upgrade. This is the same thing here. So Git is installed on this. So now how do I find Git version? Which version is it? Forgot about this part. But anytime whenever you want to see the version, why it is not typing? So Git version is 2.31.0. Okay. Now you are ready to use all the Git commands now. Let it be here or let it be on the directly on the terminal of the Linux. Okay. So how do we generate the SSH keys? So opening with here, Let me SSH. Gen. Okay. Let me close once. So this is how we get. And you can start typing like this. Okay. SSH. So, 406. What is the email ID I kept? Gmail. Wait, I'm coming. I want to see. Just one by one. And, let me. Okay. Let me type interface empty for no passwords. So to get the whole rank from the web. 1 second. Wait. Okay. Yeah. What is your question from Linux Open? So when you click on this, I made that it will be loading this Ubuntu terminal. And with VNC 1, it will be you can connect to the terminal. You can connect to the Linux desktop. Okay. So you are able to connect, right? Saving the key here on the home, lab user, SSH, ID, RSS, failed. Okay. Passage is very slow. Hmm. Okay. Now the RSA key has been generated. It is saved here. Okay. So now I think someone has asked the question, what is the T and B RSA and all these things. See, when you first let's understand what is RSA token. So RSA token is a authentication token for the hardware and or an application where that will be generating a random code every 60 seconds. Okay. So there are different types of tokens here. So 60 seconds or for applications it will be different, but it will be for security of the application. This is the key now. SHA-256, this one to this. Okay. So, what is that other one? Wait 1 second. Why it is slow after the terminal is loaded? Are you facing the same issue or how? Why it is being closed? 1 second. I don't know. Let me close it and come back. So do I need to- Is it the same issue? It is taking some time for the terminal to load or not load for doing anything? Uh, yeah, you can use, but sure I can do that. But mine is very slow. Is it yours is also slow or not? Is it only problem with mine or how it is? Okay. See, if you want to go for break, you can go. Let me restart my machine for 2 minutes. The same thing I am doing. Just 15 minutes or 20 minutes you are there, right? You go. Uh, I'll be restarting my machine and I will connect. Is that fine? Yeah, we'll meet 8:20 now. 8:40 we'll meet it. Okay? Okay. Just give me 2 minutes. Hi, everyone is back. Okay. So, so whatever we have been doing, it was generated, right? So now we'll be running the SSH agent. For running the SSH agent will be eval SSH agent, and you can also add. uh, Okay, this is the SSH agent. It has been started. So now if you can see from the top to down, so the SSH authentication socket has been 2853 on previous, when I was not running SSH agent, 2838. Okay, so the process ID is 2839 here and 2854 here. So you can use this now for now. So every time we generate a new one starting, it will automatically change it. Okay. So, so what is the options? I think you are the word options. I'm just typing it once again. I'm not running it, but I will for showing you and SSH keygen hyphen T. It is taking down the RSA token hyphen B 4096. See, and your email ID, right? So for this, we are using SSH keys. First, what is an SSH now? So whenever we are working on any of the authentication model on GitHub, we start using SSH. This is a key which is generated for alternative for identifying your secure channel to the thing. Okay, you don't need to enter your username and password every time whenever you are opening. That was the only reason this SSH key is being used. Okay, so now for this SSH key, if you can see SSH key generator, RSA token, I'm coming to one by one with your email. Now, what are this hyphen T? What is 4096? All these things. So whenever we generate, there are some things we need. Suppose I think, let me open type. I'll show you. This is the different types we see. If you, this the RSA private key. RSA is a one type of algorithm which we'll be using for highly secured one. So if you go with this type, so it is completely encrypted. You are able to hear my voice, right? Okay. So which is encrypted, and there is an algorithm called AES 128 CBC, and it starts from, one second, till here. This is the private key. So this is a complete exchange of your, instead of using your username and password every time, you can use this model. Okay. So 4096 is nothing but 4 KB of size of the key. And now let me add. See, or you can, if you want to use your login credentials, also that is good. You try for both the ways for understanding. Okay, I think this is in the. Let me close. Let me move. Okay. So the keys are. So it should run. So the SSH is started with the process IDs, right? With 2854. So now we are adding these SSH keys to the SSH agent. This is agent, whatever it is there, and this is the keys. These two are keys. Maybe it's not taking. You start after break. What is that mean? See, whenever you want to give the complete thing, you just give me. Don't give half of. For easy understanding. I don't know how many people understood that. We'll do one thing. Let's create a folder. Get. Okay. So we can add last on the cat, but first how we have to add this SSH key to the SSH agent. So you want to write all the things in one single line also you can do. But if you are very good in Linux, that's fine. But all others also should understand, right, in a easier way. CD lab user. Very okay. Hmm. I think it is not going to back. Rest I see when I'm giving the space. SSH ID RSA. It should be happening if not. .ssh ID RSA. Wait a second. Yeah, it is there. Are you able to see my screen? Type that command. Still getting the same. Space out. You understood the issue? Right. See, the second one will go when see, I'm trying that only. I'm not able to go to the Git folder as well. I'm unable to move from that location. Okay. Still, it is showing the same thing. LS CD home. Okay. 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 Hmm. But we tried before the same thing, right? No, I tried this. I think that is also one of the best things. Kitchen. ISP 4096. Okay. Enter the file. Enter file in which to save the key. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I forgot about it. So after generating the RSA token, why don't we need agent? Let's try last time this and we'll do the leave of the CD. You want me to do CD home? Huh? 1 second. I'll unmute you. Manoj. Yeah. Manoj, you can speak. See, I was trying whatever Ramya is saying only, but that's so for everyone it is running. So Manoj, you there? My microphone. Yeah, sure. I have unmuted you. It is already 9 o'clock. Eval SHAGENT. It's right, right? The same thing I wrote. EVL. Okay. Agent PID is 3522, and then we'll be adding the SSH key to the SSH agent. So identity has been added, and now will be so whatever the SSH key has been generated, it will be showing this. Okay. Now, how do we add it into the SSH key on the GitHub? So go to the GitHub. So once you go with the GitHub, there is your photo or the profile picture is there. On the profile picture, we'll be going for the settings. So once with the settings, there is the SSH and GPG keys where you will be able to see. So on the SSH key, you will be adding the new SSH key, and you can write the SSH key for simple. Okay, and whatever we have been generated here, there's one. Just copy paste here. And Okay. So clipboard, copy, clipboard. So where is the clipboard here? This one, right? On outside the desktop, where I can find. Window left side. Okay. So, so, so now SSH key for the simple one has been created now. So, and then now what we can do is, this is one step, and then so the settings has been done till here, and then we can start with the Jenkins web. So let us go with 10-15 minutes theory on this, and we'll do that. So now there is a Jenkins installations. So there are some prerequisites. Okay. So you want to summarize, right? See, whenever we give a till, it is giving you the, okay, let me do one step by step and I'll give you the points. See, the installation is very, we need to create a GitHub account, and after that we'll be installing the Git command line tool and then generating the SSH keys. And after generating the SSH key, we need to add it to our GitHub account. First point. So why do we need a SSH keys? Creating a GitHub account is everyone knows that, and installing the Git command line tools is okay. Then why do we need a SSH keys? SSH keys are every time we don't need to give the username and password. That was the only reason we'll be using SSH key for that. Okay, and when you generate the SSH key, we are using a RSA token. So this RSA token is of around 4 KB of size, because we are writing it SSH keygen -t and RSA, which algorithm it is going to use, and then -b 4096, and for which email ID it has to be submitted. So you may have a different email IDs, right? So for generating a SSH key pair, first we should use the SSH authorization with the GitHub, which will generate our own key pair. Okay. So by default, whenever you see, let me open that once again. A little bit on top. Okay, there are some important things you need to identify. It is a RSA token, and it is giving you the forwarding to this email ID, right? So other than here, starting from A and A, it is of, if you count it, it is of 4096 bytes. Okay, and 4096 is one of the uh, length you are giving. See, when you compare with the RSA keys, you can generate with starting with any number of keys. You want 256, you can do that. You want with 512, you can do that. You want more than that, anything you. It depends on the security level of authentication. Okay. So this security level of authentication is important for, but by default for normal these things like GitHub and all these things, you can use only 4096. See, the complexity will start improving more. Okay, there is a T-T. What is that T? It by default it specifies the number of maximum number of seconds that identifies for keeping the agent live. Okay, it is value is in the seconds, and there is one more B, I think so. Okay, B is for, I don't remember exactly for B. So anyone has any idea on the B? Okay, and till wherever in even in Linux or any place, whenever you seen that, by default when you keep it as a tilde, the tilde is nothing but you are searching in the root directory. From there, suppose there is this. This is a root directory, especially for the Linux, and from there it will start identifying .ssh file and then the RSA ID underscore RSA. It's, you can tell that is the current PWD. Which is about the home directory it is. You know, everyone knows PWDs, right? So there is a way for searching on this, but you, okay. So that's it for that, and right. So now we'll start looking into the Jenkins installation. So generally the prerequisites of the Jenkins will be of you need to have a 256 MB of RAM, but today's you have a more than GBs, and 512 is by default it is recommended, and 10 GB of drive space is important. Yeah, and if you are working on the Docker's image also, so max will be of 10 GB is more than enough. And for installing this what do you call Jenkins, you should have a minimum of Java 8, whether it is a JRE, Java runtime environment, or a Java development kit. Okay, and if you are looking for on the Docker, you can. What is Java? What is B or 5? Okay, let's see whether we'll have a Java installed it or not. Yeah, it has a Java JD Open JDK, and then runtime environment and 64-bit server virtual machine. It has given you all the details what is there on the Java side. Java, which versions it is running, and now OpenJDK is from Microsoft, I think so, but it should be from the Microsoft, and you can use directly from the Oracle or OpenJDK is also fine. Okay, you want to continue in the same terminal, or you want to run the New terminal. I think same terminal will be good. Okay. And now after searching for the Java, what we can do is we can start in downloading and install. Okay, that's fine. So till here you can think about Git in that case. Okay. So now there is a command for installing Jenkins. Now is it fine? Okay. MQ-O HTTPS colon. You can get this command in the lab thing, not command, location. PKG is nothing but the package. Jenkins.io. I think this is a Debian. Jenkins.io.key. Sudo add key add missing your HTTPS package PKG Jenkins IO Debian. -Q-O. Missing URL. Did you find anything different? The morning. Not here. It should be by default. It should be HTTP. We'll try with HTTPS. What is that? Yeah, I'm trying that only. So hyphen should be there, and let me try with the HTTP. No hyphen. Everything is wrong. URL. Sure, Manoj. Yeah.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I was fixing the microphone. We are all in a great virtual box. But anyway, sir, you need to add hyphen after the add also. Okay. So basically, in the command which is given above, you need to add hyphen after the minus O option in wget minus q minus O, and after that hyphen, and that space hyphen, and you need to add hyphen in the end also. Uh, Sir, use the space between hyphen and HTTPS. No, after add.
Okay.
App key, we add space hyphen, space hyphen.
Space hyphen. Huh?
Space hyphen. And you need to use space between hyphen and HTTPS. Don't use the AT, use 443 only. Just space.
Manoj.
Okay. Sir, you need to use space between the minus O hyphen space HTTPS in the start, minus O, there, hyphen space, HTTPS, sir.
Okay.
SSL. Now it should work. Okay, it will give you okay. That the package is present.
Okay. Sudo sh hyphen c echo HTTP. How come it will be HTTP again here instead of HTTPS? Sorry.
You right, sir. It should be HTTPS actually.
Yeah. See, one we are typing with HTTPS, and the second one it should not be HTTPS.
Yeah, you're right. It should be all SSL only.
Right. .io. Stateful. Binary. CPT. Source.rest.d.
Sir, you need to add a single inverted comma. Just that. Because you need to close that echo statement, right? Just
Okay. I think it is closed, right? Last.
One. No, you need one quote. After list, you have to put one single quote. That's it.
1 second. I thought I closed it. This.
No, you are appending.
No, I know that. See, nothing is running. I started that. It has to come out.
You have to press Control C.
Yeah, Control C only. It came finally. Two things are there now. Cannot create. How come think it should be search one directory not. Okay.
Okay, sir, you need to add ASK. Yeah, sources. Now it will work.
Okay. Okay. This is also there. So that was the reason it is not installed, upgraded, or newly installed, or removed, or not upgraded. Okay. Then we need to run as a service to know the status of Jenkins. So go down. So Jenkins automation service is running with the PID 380. Okay. So to get this now, sudo etc init d Jenkins start. Sudo So Jenkins will start on the 8081 port number by default. It's password for your protected key. For what is this, Manoj? Just hit enter means no password?
Sir, somebody asked, what do you mean by?
Okay.
Yeah, what do you mean by password? I said,
Yeah.
just password for you private.
So, this is not even starting. It should not be this much time. System has not been booted with system B. The same thing will come. So do we need to restart this? Can be done. And next, it won't be different. It will be same.
Sir, actually what to do, right? So you can do PFAUS, PFAUS, PS space, space,
Can you type it because I'm not able to hear your voice properly?
PFAUS, PFAUS, and then yeah, just pipe it, pipe, yeah, and grape Jenkins. You can see it is using code
80881, which is
it looks it is using 8081, right? So it by default uses 8080, right? So
Manoj,
you can say,
your voice is not
sorry.
good also.
Can you hear my voice now? Actually, this is yeah. So, sir, you can do curl, sir, curl to 8081 and see if it's not working, or you will have to disable the firewall.
What is that? See, your voice is not clear, first point. Sometimes it is not very high or it's not clear. Let me try it here. Okay. Password. Okay. Right. So, okay. Jenkins. Are you open? Hmm. Okay. Then it is there. One, right. See. The same password we are typing. Okay. Let me do one more point. Let me type E2 EBFA 2668C 243 AA 1D 7B 812 D 1316A86. Just wait. Let me call to the admin once. Is that fine? So admin is connecting in 2 minutes. Maybe it may be problem with from there also. So if you want, you can take the break. Okay. So can all of you check whether you are able to log in the same issue or how it is? Okay, Rohini is okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Ramya.
Hi there. Actually, you can directly copy from that terminal itself.
Yeah, I have done all the ways, right?
But sometimes if it is not
So
properly
that was
copied, then not the
Ramya. That was the reason I typed also. The reason is sometimes whenever we copy, we will get some spaces. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Even that both
But
ways also we tried it.
can you please try it once again? I think some issue is there. Can you please try it once again? Yeah. And right click and just to copy that way, not control C. No, 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 not this way, not. Can you go to
Yeah, on the
terminal?
terminal, right?
Yeah, just right click, select that and right click. Here you copy and paste. Yeah, this is.
Okay.
I think you use Control C. Sometimes you will use that.
Hmm.
Yeah, Linux it won't accept Control C.
No, sometimes it will
Yeah,
accept. Sometimes
yeah,
there is even still see if that is the only case. Even when we start typing it, also it should run, right?
yeah. Typing. This is no very complication password. No, definitely we should not write properly. That's if we copy this way, it will work for us.
But Control Shift V works in Linux. Control Shift V instead of Control C. Control Shift V would have worked.
Okay.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Ramesh.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now you got login to this, and then now you can start installing the what are the plugins you are looking for. So you can start installing with suggested plugins or you whichever. So there are some suggested plugins by default where OWS AP, SSH Build Agent, GitHub Brand Source, and all these things. Let it install. One second. Hello. Sorry. So you can create your first admin user from this. Yeah, for this. Okay. I don't know. Which mail I have? I don't know. Okay. Let's try. See here, you can skip and continue as an admin, or you can create one more admin user. Okay. Okay, it is running. So start using the Jenkins. So you are able to hear my voice, right? Hello. Okay. So now the Jenkins has been installed on your virtual machine or anywhere. So then the next step is we'll be setting up the Maven setup. You want to take a 10 minutes break, you can go and come. We'll complete fast Maven and then basic things for today. So, and one more thing, I got one message that how many of you are getting the system is very slow or something like that? Hello? Everyone is there or okay, no issues, right? Okay. But for me, I have a lot of issues for today. Uh, okay, you can go for 10 minutes break and you can come back. Yes or no? Okay. So is everyone is back? Where to connect server? Let me try. Okay. Once we are logging into the Jenkins, so now we will start installing the Maven setup. So as you know that Maven, Gradle, and all these things are build mechanisms for the any of the projects you get. Maven is for the completely on the Java, and Gradle is for the Java also. So for doing that, we have to do two things. One is the Maven setup and in configuring the JDK. So go with the manage Jenkins, and in this manage Jenkins, what we will be doing is we'll be having a manage plugins as well. So you can identify there is a new version of Jenkins is also available. There is a setup of the agent, setup of the cloud is there. So here in the system configuration, we have a configure the system, the global settings and paths and all these things, and global tool configurations, managing the nodes and the cloud, and there are some security features also. We'll go one by one. So let's use it on the manage plugins. And once on the see, there are updates. The plugin allows you to store credentials in the Jenkins. So display URL API. There are some updates are there, and there is a one more tab called available, which is installed and advanced. So if you start looking into the installed one, there is a AND plugin, Apache HTTPS components. So all these things are installed now on the our machine or on the Jenkins. So now these are almost most of the time you see when you have started your first time on the Jenkins, whatever these plugins are installed is based on the Jenkins internal things. Git client plugin, if you see Git plugin, a font or some plugin. So Gradle plugin is there. So now we need to see on the available plugins. So in the available plugins, there is a Java doc, authentication tokens, Maven integrations. So Docker pipelines, JavaScripts, subversions, all these other plugins are there. You can start searching based on your project now. Okay. Every plugin is there. You can just install it. Okay, just let me add the Maven integration, and we can install without restart, download now and install after restart. So I'll be using without restarting. I will try to install it. So here checking the internet connectivity, and it will start preparing Java doc, Maven integration, log plugin extensions. Okay. So page not found. Okay. So here you have version 3.8.5. You can download a binary zip archive file. So now there are link, checksums, and signatures. So as these are an open source project, you also have a source codes also. So one is on the tar.gz and the zip file, and one is on the binary archive and the binary tar.gz archive. So you can start downloading this. So it will start download. Okay, now it has been downloaded now. Hmm. So I got the download folder also here. Hmm. Grab user. Okay, unzip. See, you want to see first. Let me see. What is the name of the file? 3.8.5 -bin dot zip. You can start extracting and unzipping. Okay. Now unzip has been done, and again go to your Jenkins dashboard on the manage and so you can here find global tool configuration, and once you open this global tool configuration, now we need to go to the add Marvin here. So here, if you can see here, you have many number of things. Default settings provider, use default Marvin settings, default global settings provider, whatever the default one is there, you can use. And one more thing, the JDK installations, you need to give the list of installations on the system, Git if you want, and if it is a graded also, you need to download on the graded part, and is there. See, if you remember this, why we just installed only Maven for now, right? But if you can remember before, Ant is there by default installation available. What do you call it? Installed configurations. Whatever it is there in that, it will be showcasing here. If you start installing one more thing on the .NET or in NPM, it will also show you. So now let us go with, okay, in the add Maven. So here, I need to install from Apache directory or how it is. So you can choose automatic installation, or you can add the installer where the location of the Apache extract is there, right, on the downloads part and all. You can do that as well. So again, there are number of different versions here. So let me uncheck the reason why it is. We already downloaded the Maven, right? So what I want to do is I want to do it on the uh, not bad, giving direct links to that. So let me get this. It is in the from the home. User downloads and approaching moment item. What is the version 3 point? What is the we'll see 3.8.5. 8.5. Okay. So you can see a new item added here. Now you can identify what type of freestyle project, Marvin project, pipeline, organization folder, multi-branch pipeline, and all the folders. Right? So now the second point is it is done. Go to dashboard again, manage Jenkins. Now we need to again global tool configurator, and now we'll be adding the JDK. Add JDK. Which version is 9.04 is now you can, okay, first we seen one with the manual, right? Now you want to do, you can do it with the automated installation. So two ways you can able to see this, or you can do with the manually also. So if you want to add the path for the Java home, so users lib JVM, Java 8 or OpenSDK or anything, you can do that. Or you want me to add that way, I can do that again. Anything is fine. Remove this again. User if JVM. See, there are number of Java JDKs. Based on that, whichever you want to use, you can use it. Java 8 hyphen open JDK. And after here, it is AMD 64 slash. Okay. Now this is the way you need to add the different plugins based on whatever the project you are going to use. So now Marvin is installed, and then JDK is also installed. So once the final thing is we will be building a one Maven project in Jenkins and configure it on Git on the Jenkins, forking a sample repository and creating a Jenkins build job for building the Maven project and building the complete Maven project. These are the steps we have. So again, go to this. Now we have to go with the Git. So the same thing you want to do, you can do. Generally, it will be by default. You can use any of your name or Git, or you can do anything. Or if you want to add any other Git, there are a number of Git clients, right? Based on that Git also, you can do that. So anyway, it is there and it is already working in progress. So the path here will be, you want to add a Git here, let it be Git. It should be in the user bin and Git. You can install automatically or you can do it on the manual side. Okay. So now I have to open this. So there is a one link where I think you can see it in the lab documents where you can directly go with Jenkins docs. There is a small sample Java application which you have. Okay, everyone may not be cannot update. Who is updating this? Jenkins doc simple Java Maven app. So this is the source code directory we have. What you can do directly, I think let me sign in. Okay. Okay. 90. Okay. Now you can start forking this. You know what is a fork? Hello. So are we not taking this part from server itself? See, you can do from anywhere. You want the old version, you can download it and you can do it, or you want from the server, you can do it that way. So do you know what is a fork in GitHub? Okay. Okay. Fork is nothing but, see, there are every user will have some code, right? Code or some documents or anything, they can keep it in the GitHub. So what we are doing in the fork is, so now unexpectedly you found something on something on the GitHub. So first, initially, if you can start forking it, it will be creating a copy of the repository in our own GitHub account. So tomorrow you don't need to search again and again for getting this application or this code. So just create. I'm not doing anything, just the repository name also I'm keeping the same for easy understanding, or you want to keep it your own, you can do that, and you write a description for this, just fork it. So what will happen is, let me show you. Okay. So this application or this code, whatever you are getting it, we are getting to our repository end of the day. Okay. So now from the terminal, we can start cloning. Okay, I need a URL, right? So git clone, it starts cloning to your local machine. Okay, it is there in the downloads. So once we got the, let me okay, sorry. It is a simple Java Maven app, just we are using now. Okay, now we will be creating a Maven project as a build job type. So how do we do that? So I am using a Maven project. So simple Java. So I am not changing anything here. So as of now, I am using all the defaults because this will be taking in the next session. So there is a source code management where post build actions, okay, none and git. Okay, if we start selecting, it will be asking you the repository URL. Okay, this is the repository we have now. And if you want any credentials or anything, this you can add it. Okay, and then just save it. We are not doing anything now, just building the Maven project. Okay, now you have been seeing workspace and the recent changes. So on the Jenkins dashboard, you are able to see simple Java, whatever we have been created for now. And second. So you can here see the build history and okay, there are small changes. Let me show you. So this is the status. These are the changes. These are the workspace we have. Whatever the workspace is here is the same. And there is a build now. So you can start. Build now will be doing it. So if you can see here, I click it 2 times. If you can remember this, you want to delete this, you delete it. That's fine. But this, it is started building it. If you can observe. Now, why it is coming 4:57 p.m. See, can you see this? It is rotating all these things. It means that it is the build is on the progress. And you want to rename modules, delete. Okay. So now you can start looking into the build number 1, April 17, 2022. And as of now, it should be configured somewhere in the other location. It's around 10:30, 10:32. It should be somewhere in Europe. Okay. So that things we'll see. Started by the U. There are no changes, no changes in that. And started by the user. And this is the revision number. And the repository is this. And test results is this. And module builds is this. Let me go with one. Yeah, that's what I told you. UTC time is Europe some. So the build has taken 10 minutes, 0 fails, skip, pass. All these things you will be able to see. Okay, test app main. So you can also, the finally it will be like this. The workspace, there are successful artifacts, the test result trend, how many has been passed, how many has been failed, how many has been skipped, what are the recent changes. All these things will make it as a history. Okay, suppose now you want to add some description for this build. You can add it. And you want to configure something here. You can do that. Anyway, we'll go with this next week. So what are the build settings are there? All these things are very important. trigger builds remotely from even from scripts. You suppose you are writing some Terraform script or Ansible or any other bash shell, you can use this. Okay, build periodically. So there are some other options. Let us see. And after one more, see this email notification. The build settings will have one more email or notification whether it has been passed, it has been skipped, or it has been failed. I don't think it is moving something. Okay. So it gives you the complete details automatically. See here, what we have been doing is just we use a Java code and which is linked to the Maven project. So yeah, so on the dashboard, okay, just 1 second, I'll do this. So it gives you everything, the description, build stability, no reason. In this terminal, can you please hit the history command in terminal and share the output? What exactly you're looking for? What history command you want to do? Okay. Oh, I thought with this mode.
That's uh, in the email you can change the console log.
Oh,
The console log, console log. I mean, if you click the name Super Java,
uh, your voice is not properly audible. Console logs. Okay, okay. So for Jenkins Java one, right? Okay. Yeah, I can share it to the. I think Google Drive is there, right? I can share you. Sure. Okay. Let me complete because there are many things here. Uh, so here, if you want to see this on the what type of modules are there and all these things, it is having a my app inside the this Java. Okay. Here it is. So this is the workspace. So it is automatically created the git ignore and git attributes. Jenkins file, Jenkins folder has been created, and the source is whatever you're seeing, the test and main, the same things. And you want to download also you can download from here. Okay. So, and let me do one more time. So we already done one time now. So it starts again. The last build, remember this point now. Last completed build, number 1, 8 minutes 38 seconds, 8 minutes 38 seconds ago. Then this also will complete. Okay. So you go to this build. Okay, started 41 seconds ago, and it gives you again all the details. Okay, the reason why everything is blue is everything is pass, but don't think this will be every time. This is only pass. By default will be failed when you start writing the things. Okay, just I'll run through this whatever in 5 minutes, and I'll share you the logs also. So building the builds up. In the manage Jenkins, global tool configurations, Git, we added manually. Otherwise, you can start installing on the automatically. Grader is not there, Ant is not there. But as a plugin, Ant and Grader is there. You want to see, I will show you. Okay. So, whatever we have been downloaded, you can see it here. And whatever the Maven home settings has to be done, we have done there. If you want to delete, you can delete from here. This one, JDK, right? Okay. Is that fine? Okay. You are looking for path, right? See, the JDK, I'll tell you first. See, generally, whatever which is by default, this virtual machine is having in the users, lib, JVM. No, this is for OpenJDK. OpenJDK is different from JDK. See, you want to install manual automatically, that you can, it will by default, it will take the latest JDK, but I have taken which is already installed in this virtual machine. So it is present in users with JVM and Java 8 OpenJDK -AMD64. Whatever the file name is there, we have to give that. Okay. The same thing here also. Here, if you can observe that we have downloaded it in the downloads. Home, labs user. Yes. See, we downloaded it, right? Downloads. So this is the zip, and we unzipped here, and we are using it. Right or wrong? Okay. And if you are, one more thing I thought of showing. See, check file fingerprint is also there. I will tell you more on this. Like whenever you call, that is a timestamp is also the same. So, and how many people are there in the system? Like I have a system directory user. It's open JDK. I think we've seen it, right? Okay, this is in the 1 second. Yeah, it should be 11, right? But I think here it is showing 8. If I here it is 8, right? That's okay. You can do that. Really. Hmm? Yeah, yeah, I understood that. You can try all the things. The build history, you can see it here. See how many you run the same thing, you have to run the new one, right? So this, it has been done 16 minutes, and this is 7 minutes ago we have done. So everything is stable here. But there are some, but by default, see, this code is already available and everything is running. This one, the same thing, it again it comes to. See, you can go with the build history from here or there. That's it. The snapshots have been done. One is in the jar file and form file. So is there any recent changes? So as of now, there is no recent changes. We'll work next adding some more code and how it is getting triggered. All these things we'll see. Okay, you have any other doubts? Small things you try practicing. I think you all have access, right? You can try with Gradle also for Java, or I think someone has asked for React or no React, right? Try the same way. You can try React also. Just only install that on the dashboard, manage Jenkins, manage plugins, available, go with. You can get everything here again. You want to use Node.js, pipeline NPM integration. Ramya, which Git repo link? Is it Node.js? Java is simple. See, it's not only one single. Whatever I was doing is okay. But whenever you, because there are other people also, right, on the Node.js and maybe the Sudipta is from embedded. So you can go with, let me search for you. 1 second. That is my, okay. Everyone knows how to search your the codes and see how what is the status of that codes. Yeah, Manoj has shared you. Simple Java Maven application. You can go with the Google and try to search. Uh, suppose I am taking React sample code. You get a lot of good things. Okay. After getting these things, you can identify what are the issues before forking. I'm talking about this. Okay, what are the pull requests, how many people has been done, and finally with the insights, how many merge pull requests and all these things you go with one by one. So you are able to identify some of the issues. See, I'm not talking about your Jenkins part. Tomorrow you have to identify whether that code is working, what is the status of the build and all these things, even from the GitHub. So if you identify here, it was done final on 2018 September 15th, and roughly everything is 4 years. So you can identify from there. This is the standard way we look. It may be the basic application, it may be the any other application which is already existing. You can fork it and then start running like this. Already existing and running application, not the failure application. But if it is good that if you start looking into some build failures also. Okay, they give a complete details on the someone for someone who asks. So what are the actions we are doing? All these things, both you can start because this is also having all the things. So everyone has downloaded the RAP files. How many have not downloaded the RAP files? Okay. So what are the files you have? Okay. RAP files in the sense ebooks only. Yes. and there is some self-learning things also. You can start completing that one by one. Okay, I'll do one thing that Manoj, let us talk. See, self-learning will have you the basics. That is different, and this is different. Manoj, let me unmute you. Yeah, Manoj, tell me what is there in the what do you call it, the downloaded lab files or something.
Just now downloading it. I also don't know.
Because there, can you check that, or Ramya, can you speak? Let me. What is there in the lab files? Because I never seen it. On OP, right? Where is? Yes, on the self-running under. Okay, let me. Yeah, Ramya, tell me.
For me, it's self-learning under. It's showing only that two things. One is one can ebooks and
Yes. What is there in that?
the both only it's showing.
No. 1 second. I'll show you. You are able to see my screen, right? So.
Lab guides and ebooks.
Yes.
Both
I think
only
in that.
there.
Yeah. I think in the live sessions. Oh, this tool is.
Oh, you were telling under the lab guides.
Yes. What is there in that? Only one file is there. Only one file.
Yeah, for me it's only one file is there.
What is that file?
1 second, let's just try to open that.
Just installation step.
CICD with the Jenkins lab guide. Only one file is there.
Okay.
That's why I have a doubt with that. Every classes we have a lab guides, no, that I couldn't able to get that. I already raised the ticket also yesterday itself, but still not yet solved that.
Okay.
For me, only one file is there. If possible, can you please tar file or rar file attached into this? Is that possible to attach? Yeah, here I have a instruction like how to use LMS and how to use that launch the lab. That instruction only I'm having. Apart from that, I'm not having anything.
Okay. Now, how?
Depend on someone who updated their course or I don't know. Maybe.
Manoj, your voice is breaking. I could not able to make your voice.
So there is. So Nishant has given one more point. There is just let me open Nishant. There are lab guides and see everything is there. Okay. But try from your side. There are lab guides and everything.
Yeah, that is true. But sometimes this will happen. Last of my
one of my same Simply Learn teammate also get that same. But after that, maybe Simply Learn team, they have reset that course and everything. After that, it got updated. So, if possible, anyone is having, if it is attached, then it will be useful for me. Anyhow, I need to download it only.
Okay. Just give me 1-2 days time. Let me talk to this team, and we'll try to
Yeah,
update
sure.
Google Drive is there, or let's see how
Yeah, okay.
we can.
Yeah, that's why because every course I can able to access that assisted practice lab and unassisted practice lab like that. But in this course, I could not able to get those folders.
Okay. Mm. See, 1 second. Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Let me talk. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Is it recording? That's fine. Let me talk in simple words. Just give me some time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and one more thing. So just now I got a message that they are taking this into consideration. We'll try to fix this as ASAP. Okay?
Okay.
Just got a
I
message.
mean, team will fix this.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Next week we'll meet and we'll start the remaining one. But I'll try to fix this issue before that is well.
Okay.
And all the what do you call it? The commands which we have been typing, I'll try to make it one document and I'll share it in the Google Drive.
Okay.
Okay then. Bye guys. Meet you next week. Thank you.